Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if a brilliant mind, beneath the lavender skies of 1930s France, unravelled threads of deception woven through generations, where truth slumbered beneath layers of family shadows? So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. The evening mist hung like silk over the Loire Valley, where the ancient chateau stood sentinel against the darkening sky. Its limestone walls, weathered by centuries of French summers and winters, seemed to exhale the secrets of ages past. The year was 1938, and the world beyond these stone walls buzzed with uncertainty. But here, in this pocket of rural France, time moved like honey through lavender fields. Hercule Poirot stepped from the motorcar, his patent leather shoes meeting the gravel drive with the softest crunch. The sound seemed to echo in the twilight stillness, where only the gentle murmur of fountains and the distant lowing of cattle in emerald pastures broke the profound quiet. He paused, breathing deeply of the evening air that carried with it the perfume of roses, the earthiness of ancient stone, and something else, something indefinable that spoke of old sorrows and older secrets. The chateau before him rose like a dream from another century, its towers catching the last golden rays of sunlight. Ivy cascaded down its walls in gentle waterfalls of green, and diamond-paned windows reflected the amber sky like sleepy eyes. This was the Château de Belmont, ancestral home of the Dubois family, where he had been summoned to untangle a mystery that began with death and promised to reveal the labyrinthine nature of human hearts. Madame Céleste Dubois awaited him in the grand foyer, her black morning dress rustling like autumn leaves as she moved forward to greet him. Her face, though marked by recent grief, retained the elegant beauty that had once made her the toast of Parisian society. Her hands, pale as moonlight, trembled slightly as she extended them toward the famous Belgian detective. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice carrying the cultured accent of old French nobility, softened now by sorrow. "Thank you for coming. The family is at such a loss." Poirot inclined his head with the gentle courtesy that marked all his interactions with those in distress. His grey eyes, sharp as winter stars but warm with understanding, took in every detail of the woman before him, the house around them, the very quality of the silence that seemed to press against the tall windows like a living thing. "Madam," he replied softly, his accented English carrying the musical quality that made even his most profound observations sound like lullabies. "In times of such difficulty, it is the small details that often illuminate the larger truths. Tell me, if you please, of your husband's final days." The foyer around them seemed to lean in, listening. Marble columns rose like ancient trees toward a ceiling, painted with cherubs and clouds, their gold leaf catching and holding the light of crystal chandeliers. Tapestries depicting pastoral scenes hung between tall windows, their threads worn soft by generations of admirers. Everything spoke of permanence, of a family rooted deep in French soil, yet Poirot sensed an undercurrent of uncertainty, as if the very foundations of this grand house trembled with unspoken tensions. Céleste led him through corridors lined with portraits of long-dead Dubois ancestors, their painted eyes following their progress with what seemed like melancholy awareness. The floorboards, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, creaked gently beneath their feet, adding their voice to the symphony of an old house settling into evening. "Henri died so suddenly," Céleste began, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb the ghosts that surely walk these halls. "He had been unwell, yes, but nothing that would suggest." She paused beside a window that looked out over gardens where twilight painted the roses purple and silver. "The doctor, he said it was his heart. Henri had complained of pains in his chest for several weeks. But Monsieur Poirot, there were irregularities, things that did not seem right. The family, we are not united in our acceptance of this explanation." Through the window, the garden stretched toward the river, where willows dipped their branches into water that reflected the first stars of evening. The scene was one of profound peace, yet Poirot sensed that beneath this tranquil surface, currents of discord ran as deep and treacherous as the river itself. They entered the library, a sanctuary of leather-bound volumes and the lingering scent of pipe tobacco. Here, the late Henri Dubois had spent his final years managing the family's extensive holdings and, according to his widow, growing increasingly secretive about financial matters. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling, filled with books whose gilt titles caught the lamplight like captured fireflies. A massive oak desk dominated one corner of the room, its surface now cleared of papers but still bearing the indentations left by years of correspondence and calculations. Henri was not a man given to secrets, Celeste continued, settling into a chair beside the empty fireplace. Yet in his final months he became withdrawn. He would spend hours here, going through old papers, making telephone calls that he would end abruptly if anyone entered the room. The children noticed it too. The children? Poirot inquired gently, seating himself across from her in a chair that embraced him with the comfort of well-worn leather. Our daughter Marguerite and our son Philippe. They are both grown now, of course. Marguerite married well, to the Comte de Montclair, but Philippe... Celeste's voice faltered like a candle flame in a draught. Philippe has always been the dreamer of the family. He paints, you know. Beautiful work, but it does not pay the bills. Henri worried about him constantly. The clock on the mantel chimed the hour with a voice like silver bells, its sound seeming to float through the room before dissolving into the greater silence of the house. Poirot found himself thinking of time, how it moved differently in places like this, where the present was always in conversation with the past, where each generation added their layer to the palimpsest of family history. "And the will?" he asked, his question soft as an evening breeze but carrying within it the weight of his professional curiosity. Celeste's hands twisted in her lap like autumn leaves caught in an eddy. "That is where the mystery deepens, Monsieur Poirot. The will, it is not what any of us expected, not what Henri had led us to believe it would be." She rose and moved to the desk, her black dress whispering across the Persian carpet. From a drawer she withdrew a legal document, its pages heavy with official seals and the elaborate script of legal language. As she handed it to Poirot, he noticed that her hands shook not with grief alone, but with something else. Anger, perhaps, or fear. "Read it, please," she said, returning to her chair. "You will see why the family is troubled." Poirot adjusted his reading glasses and began to peruse the document, his trained mind immediately cataloguing the unusual provisions contained within. The will, dated only 3 months before Henri's death, contained several surprising bequests. The chateau itself would remain with Celeste for her lifetime, but upon her death it would pass not to the children as expected, but to a mysterious entity called the Belmont Foundation, which none of the family had heard of before. More puzzling still was the discovery that significant portions of the family's liquid assets, stocks, bonds, and bank accounts that the family had assumed would form the bulk of their inheritance, had been quietly liquidated in the months before Henri's death. The money, according to bank records, had been transferred to accounts in Switzerland, but the trail ended there in the labyrinthine secrecy of Swiss banking. "Most curious," Poirot murmured, his grey eyes reflecting the lamplight as they moved across the legal text. "Tell me, madame, did your husband ever speak of this Belmont Foundation? Did he mention any charitable intentions?" "Never," Celeste replied firmly. Henri was generous, yes, but his charity was always direct, personal. He would never have created some anonymous foundation, especially not one that would dispossess his own children of their birthright. The sound of footsteps in the corridor announced the arrival of others, and Poirot looked up to see 2 figures silhouetted in the doorway. The family resemblance was immediately apparent. The same aristocratic bone structure, the same way of holding themselves that spoke of generations of privilege and responsibility. "Maman," the young woman said, entering with the fluid grace of someone trained from childhood in the art of elegant movement. This was clearly Marguerite, the Comtesse de Montclair, though she bore herself with none of the haughty aloofness that might be expected of her title. Her dark hair was arranged in the modern style, and her dress, while appropriately subdued for mourning, showed the influence of Parisian fashion. "I hope we are not interrupting." Behind her came a young man whose bearing immediately marked him as an artist. Philippe Dubois had his mother's sensitive features, but carried himself with the slightly distracted air of one whose attention was often focused on internal visions. Paint stains on his fingers suggested recent work, and there was about him that particular quality of creative energy that seemed to vibrate just beneath the surface of everyday interaction. "Not at all," Poirot replied, rising courteously as the siblings entered the room. "I was hoping to have the opportunity to speak with you both. Your mother has been telling me of the circumstances surrounding your father's death and the unusual provisions of his final will." Marguerite exchanged a glance with her brother before settling into a chair near the window, where the last light of day touched her face with silver. Philippe remained standing, his restless energy apparently making stillness difficult. "Unusual is a charitable description," Marguerite said, her voice carrying the measured tones of someone accustomed to choosing words carefully. "What father did makes no sense. None of us had ever heard of this Bellamont Foundation. The money that has disappeared, that was meant to be our inheritance, our security." "Marguerite," Philippe said softly, his voice carrying a painter's sensitivity to nuance and tone. "We should be fair to our father's memory. Perhaps there were circumstances we don't understand." His sister's laugh held no humour. "Circumstances? Felipe, you're too generous. Father was either deceived by someone or—" She left the sentence unfinished, but its implication hung in the air like smoke from an extinguished candle. Poirot settled back into his chair, his fingers steepled before him in the gesture that had become as familiar to those who knew him as his magnificent moustache or his careful attention to the details others might overlook. The dynamics between the siblings revealed themselves in small gestures, quick glances, the way they positioned themselves in relation to each other and to their mother. "Tell me," he said gently, "about your father's final weeks. Did he seem troubled? Were there visitors? Changes in his routine?" The three family members exchanged looks that spoke of conversations held in whispers, of concerns shared in the privacy of corridors and closed rooms. It was Celeste who finally answered. "There was someone," she said slowly, as if each word required careful consideration. "A man who came to see Henri several times in the month before his death. They would closet themselves in this very room for hours at a time. Henri never introduced him to the family, though I glimpsed him once from the garden." "Can you describe this man?" Poirot inquired. "Tall, well-dressed, with silver hair and a beard. He carried himself like a gentleman, but there was something I cannot quite name. When I asked Henri about him, he would only say that they were discussing business matters that need not concern the family." Philippe moved to the window, gazing out at the gardens where evening had now settled like a gentle blanket. His artist's eye was clearly cataloguing the interplay of shadow and starlight, but his mind was occupied with darker concerns. "I saw him too," he said without turning from the window. "Once, when I was returning from painting by the river. His motor car was leaving as I came up the drive. But it was not just his appearance that struck me. It was Father's demeanour afterward. He seemed diminished somehow, worried in a way I had never seen before." Marguerite nodded in agreement. "Yes, I noticed it too. Father had always been so confident, so sure of himself. But after these meetings began, he became withdrawn, distracted. He would start to say something, and then stop mid-sentence, as if he'd revealed too much. The library seemed to close around them as night deepened beyond the windows. The lamplight created pools of warm gold that made the room feel intimate and safe. Yet the mystery they were discussing cast shadows that no amount of illumination could dispel. Poirot found himself thinking of the nature of secrets, how they grew in darkness, feeding on silence until they became too large to contain. "This mysterious visitor," he mused aloud. "Did he leave any trace of his identity? A calling card, perhaps? Or did your husband mention his name?" "Nothing," Celeste replied. It was as if he preferred to remain anonymous. Even the servants were instructed to show him directly to the library without taking his name. The clock chimed again, its musical voice marking the passage of time that seemed both eternal and fleeting in this place, where past and present mingled like watercolours running together on wet paper. Poirot rose and began to pace slowly around the room, his trained eye taking in details that might speak to the character of the man who had spent his final months here. The books on the shelves told a story of varied interests: volumes on French history, agricultural treatises reflecting the family's connection to the land, works of literature that suggested a cultivated mind. But it was what was missing that caught Poirot's attention. The desk, though cleared of papers, showed the faint outlines where stacks of documents had once rested. The wastepaper basket, though empty, bore traces of burned paper, as if someone had taken great care to destroy evidence of their activities. "Your father," Poirot said, pausing beside the fireplace where cold ashes spoke of recent fires, "was he in the habit of burning his correspondence?" The family members looked at each other in surprise. "Never," Marguerite replied emphatically. "Father was meticulous about his records. He kept every letter, every receipt, every document. He used to say that the past was the foundation of the future, and one must never lose touch with one's foundations." Philippe turned from the window, his face thoughtful in the lamplight. "Yet I remember seeing smoke from the chimney here several times in his final weeks, even though the weather was warm. When I asked him about it, he said he was simply clearing out old papers. But now you wonder what papers required such urgent destruction," Poirot finished gently. The silence that followed was filled with the small sounds of an old house at rest, the settling of timbers, the whisper of wind through ivy, the distant sound of water flowing toward the sea. These were comforting sounds, the kind that spoke of continuity and peace, yet they seemed to underline rather than dispel the mystery that had brought Poirot to this place. "There is something else," Celeste said suddenly, her voice so soft that the others had to lean forward to hear. "Something I have not told even my children. The night before Henry died, I woke to find his side of the bed empty. I went looking for him and found him here, in this room, sitting at his desk with his head in his hands. When he saw me, he looked up with such anguish in his eyes. He said, 'Celeste, I have made a terrible mistake. I thought I was protecting the family, but I fear I have destroyed everything.' The weight of this revelation settled over the room like a physical presence. Philippe returned to his mother's side, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, while Marguerite leaned forward, her face pale in the lamplight. "What did he mean?" Marguerite asked. "What mistake?" "I asked him, but he would not say. He only repeated that he had tried to do the right thing, but that he had been deceived. He made me promise that if anything happened to him, I would find someone who could discover the truth. That is why I contacted you, Monsieur Poirot." The Belgian detective nodded slowly, his mind already beginning to weave together the threads of this complex tapestry. A mysterious visitor, destroyed documents, a will that defied all expectations, and a dying man's confession of terrible error, each element suggested a story of deception that ran deeper than simple greed or family discord. "The doctor who attended your husband," Poirot said. "I would very much like to speak with him, and the notary who handled the will. He too might provide valuable insights." "Of course," Celeste replied. "Dr. Moreau has been the family physician for 20 years. He lives in the village, and Maître Rousseau, our notary, has his office in Tours. Both were as puzzled by the circumstances as we are." The evening had deepened into true night now, and through the windows the gardens had become a dreamscape of silver and shadow. The chateau settled around them with the contentment of an old building returning to rest, its stones holding the warmth of the day and releasing it slowly into the cooling air. Poirot suggested that they retire for the evening, promising to begin his investigation properly in the morning, when the full light of day might illuminate what darkness had concealed. As the family members prepared to leave the library, each lost in their own thoughts about the revelations of the evening, the detective remained behind for a few moments of solitude with the room where Henri Dubois had spent his final, troubled weeks. Standing alone in the lamplight, Poirot allowed his mind to wander freely through the puzzle that had been laid before him. Every mystery he knew had its own particular rhythm, its own way of revealing itself to those patient enough to listen. This one whispered of old guilt and new betrayal, a family bond stretched to the breaking point by secrets that had grown too heavy to bear. The morning came to the Loire Valley like a gentle blessing, with mist rising from the river and sunlight filtering through the leaves of ancient oaks to dapple the gardens in patterns of gold and green. Poirot woke in his comfortable guest room to the sound of birds greeting the dawn and the distant chiming of church bells from the village below. After a breakfast of café au lait and fresh croissants served on the terrace overlooking the river, he set out for his first interview of the day. Dr. Moreau's house stood on the main street of the village, its shutters painted the soft blue-green that was traditional to the region. The doctor himself was a man of perhaps 60 years, with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles and the unhurried manner of one who had spent his life attending to the rhythms of rural existence. "Ah, Monsieur Poirot," Dr. Moreau said, as he welcomed the detective into his consulting room. "Madame Dubois mentioned that you would be coming. A terrible business, this. Henri was not just my patient, but my friend. We played chess together every Tuesday evening for 15 years. The consulting room was a sanctuary of medical tradition, with glass-fronted cabinets displaying bottles and instruments that spoke of a practice rooted in both science and compassion. Sunlight streamed through lace curtains, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny spirits. "Tell me, doctor," Poirot said, settling into the chair offered to him, "about Henri Dubois' final illness. Was his death truly as sudden as it appeared?" Dr. Moreau removed his spectacles and polished them thoughtfully before answering. Henri had been complaining of chest pains for several weeks before his death. Heart disease, while not uncommon in men of his age, can be unpredictable. I prescribed rest, a moderate diet, and warned him against overexertion. "Yet you had concerns," Poirot prompted gently. The doctor replaced his spectacles and looked directly at his visitor. Not concerns exactly, but curiosities. Henri's symptoms were consistent with heart disease, yes, but they came on quite suddenly for a man who had previously enjoyed robust health. And there were other things, such as his general demeanour had changed markedly in the weeks before his death. Henri had always been a man of steady nerves, practical and level-headed, but in his final weeks he seemed agitated, almost fearful. He asked me several times about various medications, their effects, their interactions. It was unusual for him to take such interest in pharmaceutical matters. The morning sun had risen higher now, filling the room with warm light that made everything seem peaceful and normal. Yet beneath this tranquil surface, Poirot sensed the presence of something darker, like a shadow cast by unseen clouds. Did Monsieur Dubois ever mention receiving visitors? A gentleman with silver hair and a beard? Dr. Moreau's expression grew thoughtful. No, not directly, but I do remember one particular visit, perhaps 2 weeks before his death, when Henri seemed unusually distressed. He kept checking his watch, as if expecting someone, and he asked me quite pointedly about the detection of various substances in the blood. When I asked if he suspected he might have been poisoned, he laughed it off, but the laugh was not convincing. The word poisoned hung in the air between them like an accusation. Poirot had suspected that Henri Dubois' death might not have been as natural as it appeared, but hearing the possibility voiced by the family physician gave weight to his suspicions. "In your professional opinion, doctor, could Henri Dubois have been murdered?" The question was direct, unavoidable, and Dr. Moreau considered it with the gravity it deserved. The symptoms he displayed could certainly have been caused by certain toxins, particularly those that affect the heart. But without a proper post-mortem examination, and the family declined one, accepting the death as natural, it would be impossible to say with certainty. Poirot thanked the doctor for his time and candour, promising to keep their conversation in confidence until the investigation was complete. As he walked back through the village toward the chateau, his mind turned over the new information like a scholar examining an ancient text for hidden meanings. The village itself seemed to drown in the morning sunlight, with market vendors setting up their stalls beneath plane trees whose leaves rustled with the promise of another warm day. The scent of fresh bread from the boulangerie mingled with the perfume of flowers from window boxes, creating an atmosphere of rural contentment that seemed at odds with the dark currents of suspicion that were beginning to swirl around the Dubois family. His next interview was with Maître Rousseau, the family notary, whose office occupied the second floor of a medieval building in Tours. The drive through the French countryside was a meditation on beauty and time, with vineyards stretching toward distant hills and ancient churches marking villages that had changed little since the days of kings and queens. Maître Rousseau proved to be a precise man, with the careful demeanour of someone who had spent his life dealing with the complexities of property and inheritance. His office, lined with legal volumes and filing cabinets, spoke of a practice built on discretion and attention to detail. The will was most unusual, Rousseau admitted after Poirot had explained his mission. Monsieur Dubois had consulted with me on estate matters for many years, and his previous will was quite conventional. Everything to his wife, with provisions for the children upon her death. But this final will... The notary opened a file and spread several documents across his desk. He came to me in March, insisting that his will needed to be changed immediately. He seemed agitated, distracted, not at all like his usual calm self, and the provisions he wanted to include were so contrary to everything we had discussed previously. The Belmont Foundation, Poirot murmured. You had never heard of this organisation before. Never. And when I asked Monsieur Dubois about it, he became evasive. He said only that it was a charitable organisation dedicated to preserving French heritage, and that leaving the estate to this foundation would ensure the chateau remained in good hands for generations to come. Poirot studied the will carefully, his trained eye noting not just its contents, but the circumstances of its creation. Did Monsieur Dubois draft this will himself, or did you prepare it based on his instructions? That is what made the situation even more unusual, Rousseau replied. Normally I would prepare any document based on a client's wishes, but in this case, Monsieur Dubois arrived with the will already prepared, asking only that I review it for legal adequacy and arrange for proper witnessing. You have no idea who might have prepared the original document? None whatsoever. The legal language was correct, but it was not typical of my practice. There were phrases and formulations that suggested someone else's hand, someone well versed in estate law but with a different style than my own. The implications were troubling. If Henri Dubois had not drafted his own will, and if his regular notary had not prepared it, then someone else had been involved in its creation, someone with both legal expertise and a vested interest in the unusual provisions it contained. As Poirot drove back to the chateau that afternoon, the mystery seemed to deepen with each new piece of information. The mysterious visitor, the destroyed documents, the sudden change in Henri's demeanour, the suspicion of poisoning, and now a will that appeared to have been drafted by unknown hands, all pointed to a complex conspiracy designed to separate the Dubois family from their inheritance. The chateau welcomed him back with the warm embrace of late afternoon sunlight on ancient stone. In the gardens, Philippe was painting at an easel set up beneath an apple tree, his attention focused on capturing the interplay of light and shadow on the facade of his ancestral home. The sight was peaceful, domestic, a reminder that behind all mysteries lay human lives with their simple desires for beauty, security, and love. "How is the investigation?" Philippe asked, setting down his brush as Poirot approached. "It progresses," the detective replied diplomatically. "Your father, I believe, was the victim of a carefully orchestrated deception, but the full scope of that deception is only beginning to emerge." Philippe's painting showed the chateau as it appeared in that golden hour when the sun transformed its limestone walls into honey-coloured dreams. Yet there was something in the artist's interpretation that spoke of impermanence, as if the building itself were dissolving into light and time. "I keep thinking about what Mother said," Philippe murmured, his gaze moving from his canvas to the actual building before them, "about my father saying he had made a terrible mistake. What could he have done that would have such consequences?" It was a question that had been haunting Poirot as well. Henri Dubois, by all accounts, had been a man of integrity and careful judgment. What circumstances could have led him to make decisions so contrary to his family's interests? That evening, over dinner served in the chateau's formal dining room, Poirot shared with the family what he had learned from his interviews with Dr. Moreau and Maître Rousseau. The revelation that Henri might have been murdered sent a chill through the room that had nothing to do with the evening air flowing through open French doors. "Murdered?" Celeste whispered, her fork trembling in her hand. "But who would want to harm Henri? He had no enemies." "Perhaps not enemies in the conventional sense," Poirot replied gently. "But if your husband possessed something of value, money, property, information, there are always those who would stop at nothing to obtain it." Margaret set down her wineglass with enough force to send ripples across its surface. "This Belmont Foundation, it must be connected somehow. Father would never have left our inheritance to a charity he had never mentioned before." I have been thinking about that name, Philippe said thoughtfully. Belmont. Beautiful mountain. It sounds almost too perfect, too poetic to be real. His observation struck Poirot as particularly astute. In his experience, elaborate deceptions often revealed themselves through such small inconsistencies. Names that were too perfect, stories that were too convenient, explanations that accounted for everything except human nature. The dining room around them spoke of generations of family gatherings, its walls lined with portraits of Dubois ancestors who had presided over similar meals for centuries. The irony was not lost on Poirot that this same room might now be witnessing the dissolution of the family's legacy through deception and betrayal. Tomorrow, he announced, I shall endeavour to trace this mysterious Belmont foundation. In my experience, even the most carefully constructed lies contain within them the seeds of truth. We only need to know where to look. The night passed peacefully at the chateau, with only the gentle sounds of the French countryside to disturb the silence, the soft hooting of owls in the oak trees, the whisper of wind through the gardens, the distant murmur of the river flowing toward the sea. Yet beneath this tranquil surface, Poirot's mind continued to work, turning over the elements of the mystery like a jeweller examining a complex setting for flaws. Morning brought with it a telephone call that would prove to be the key to unlocking the entire puzzle. Poirot had contacted a colleague in Paris, a former police inspector named Giraud, who now worked as a private investigator specialising in financial crimes. Giraud's voice crackled through the telephone lines with barely contained excitement. Hercule, mon ami, your Belmont Foundation is most interesting indeed. It exists, legally speaking, but only just barely. Incorporated in Switzerland 3 months ago with a single director, a Monsieur Jean-Baptiste Moreau. But here is the curious thing. There is no record of any charitable activities, no staff, no office address beyond a mail forwarding service in Geneva. The name Moreau struck Poirot like a physical blow. This director, he said carefully, can you describe him? Tall, distinguished gentleman with silver hair and a beard. According to the incorporation documents, he's 62 years old, born in Normandy. But Hercule, when I attempted to verify his background, I discovered something very interesting. Jean-Baptiste Moreau died in 1902 as a child of 3 years old. Our foundation director is using the identity of a long-dead infant. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place in Poirot's mind, like tumblers in a lock finally finding their proper alignment. The mysterious visitor who had so disturbed Henri Dubois in his final weeks was operating under a false identity, using the name of someone who had died decades ago. This level of preparation suggested not an impulsive crime, but a carefully planned deception that had been months, perhaps years, in the making. There is more, Giraud continued. I traced the Swiss bank accounts mentioned in your Dubois will. Large sums of money have indeed been transferred there, but they have not remained idle. The funds have been moved again, this time to accounts in Argentina. It appears that someone has been very methodical about making this money disappear. Argentina, a country that had become a refuge for those seeking to escape their past, where questions about identity and background were rarely asked. If the stolen inheritance had indeed found its way there, recovering it would be nearly impossible. Poirot thanked his colleague and replaced the telephone receiver with a growing sense of urgency. The false foundation, the stolen identity, the money spirited away to South America, all suggested that time was running short. If the perpetrator of this elaborate fraud had not already fled France, he would likely do so soon. But who was this mysterious figure who had so successfully deceived Henri Dubois? The answer, Poirot suspected, lay not in Geneva or Buenos Aires, but somewhere much closer to home. In his experience, the most successful deceptions were built upon foundations of partial truth, and the most effective deceivers were those who could exploit existing relationships and trust. The day was spent in quiet investigation, with Poirot exploring the chateau and its grounds with the methodical thoroughness of an archaeologist examining an important site. Every room told part of the story of the Dubois family, their traditions, their values, their connections to the land and to each other. Yet, it was what was absent that proved most revealing. In Henri's study, the careful observer could see the outlines where photographs had once stood on the mantelpiece. When Poirot inquired about these missing items, Celeste explained that her husband had removed several family photographs in his final weeks, claiming that he was having them reframed. The photographs had never been returned. "What photographs were they?" Poirot asked gently. "Old family pictures, mostly. One of Henri's father and his business partner from the early days of the family company. Another of a christening, Philippe as a baby with his godfather. Henri always kept that one close because his dear friend had been killed in the war not long after it was taken." The mention of a godfather who had died in the war caught Poirot's attention. "This godfather? Can you tell me about him?" Celeste's face softened with memory. Jean-Baptiste Moreau was Henri's closest friend from childhood. They grew up in neighbouring villages, served together in the war, and Jean-Baptiste was best man at our wedding. He was like a brother to Henri. His death in 1918 was a terrible blow. Henri never really got over it. The name sent ice through Poirot's veins. Jean-Baptiste Moreau, the same name used by the mysterious director of the Bellamont Foundation. But Jean-Baptiste Moreau had died in the war, not as an infant as Giraud's records had indicated. Someone had taken great care to create a false identity that would resonate powerfully with Henri Dubois, using the name of his beloved dead friend to gain his trust. "Did this Jean-Baptiste Moreau have any family?" Poirot asked carefully. "A younger brother, I believe. André was his name. He was much younger, perhaps 10 years between them. André survived the war but emigrated to Argentina afterward. Henri tried to keep in touch with him for a while, but eventually they lost contact. That was, 20 years ago now. Argentina again." The web of connections was becoming clearer, though the full picture remained tantalizingly just beyond reach. André Moreau, the younger brother of Henri's dead friend, who had emigrated to Argentina and subsequently disappeared from their lives. Was he the mysterious visitor who had presented himself under his dead brother's name? The afternoon brought a breakthrough that would illuminate the darkest corners of the mystery. Poirot, accompanied by Philippe, ventured into the chateau's extensive archives housed in the cellar beneath the main building. Here, among stone walls that had witnessed centuries of French history, the Dubois family had stored their records, ledgers dating back to the Revolution, correspondence from the Great War, and boxes of photographs documenting generations of family life. The cellar was cool and dim, lit by bare bulbs that cast harsh shadows between the carefully organised shelves. The air carried the scent of old paper and leather, of time itself made tangible in the accumulated documents of a family's existence. As they searched through boxes of photographs looking for the images Henri had removed from his study, Poirot found himself thinking about the nature of memory and how the past could be manipulated by those clever enough to exploit the power of nostalgia. "Here," Philippe said suddenly, his voice echoing in the stone chamber, "I found them." The photographs Henri had removed were tucked inside an old album, as if he had been trying to hide them even from himself. The first showed 2 young men in military uniform, their arms around each other's shoulders in the easy camaraderie of soldiers. One was clearly a young Henri Dubois, his face bearing the same aristocratic features that would distinguish him throughout his life. The other, slightly taller and broader, bore a strong resemblance to the mysterious visitor described by the family. But it was the second photograph that provided the crucial revelation. It showed a christening scene. Baby Philippe in elaborate christening robes, surrounded by family members. Standing behind the infant, serving as godfather, was the same soldier from the first photograph, but written on the back in Henri's careful handwriting were the words, "Philippe's christening, September 1915. Jean-Baptiste Moreau, dear friend and godfather." Poirot studied the photograph carefully, his trained eye noting every detail of the scene. There, in the background, barely visible among the gathered family members, stood a younger man who bore a striking resemblance to Jean-Baptiste, but with softer features and a more delicate build. This, undoubtedly, was André Moreau, the younger brother. "Philippe," Poirot said quietly, "look closely at this young man in the background. Have you ever seen anyone who resembles him?" Philippe examined the photograph with his artist's eye for detail and proportion. His face paled as understanding dawned. "Mon Dieu," he whispered. "It could be the man I saw leaving father's motor car. Older, of course, with silver hair and a beard, but the bone structure, the way he holds himself." The pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together. André Moreau, the younger brother of Henri's beloved friend, had returned to France after 20 years in Argentina. But instead of approaching Henri openly, he had assumed his dead brother's identity, using Henri's grief and loyalty to manipulate him into changing his will. But why? What could drive a man to such elaborate deception, to prey upon the friendship and trust of someone who had once considered his family close as brothers? The answer lay in another box of documents, this one containing business correspondence from the years immediately following the Great War. As Poirot sifted through letters and contracts, a story of financial hardship and family obligation began to emerge. In 1919, just after the war's end, Henri had received a desperate letter from André Moreau in Argentina. The letter, written in a hand shaking with emotion, told a tale of business failure and mounting debts. André had invested his small inheritance in a cattle ranch that had been devastated by drought and disease. Creditors were threatening to seize everything, and André faced the prospect of destitution in a foreign land. He begged Henri for a loan, not a gift, but a loan that he swore to repay with interest once his fortunes improved. Henri's response, preserved in a carbon copy, was generous but cautious. He agreed to send a substantial sum, enough to save André's ranch, but he insisted on formal documentation of the loan and a repayment schedule. The money was sent, accompanied by letters expressing hope that André's fortunes would soon improve and that the two families might re-establish their close connection. But the subsequent correspondence told a darker story. André's letters became increasingly desperate as his financial situation continued to deteriorate despite Henri's assistance. The promised repayments never materialized, and eventually the letters stopped coming altogether. Henri's attempts to contact André through banks and government offices in Argentina met with no success. It was as if André Moreau had simply vanished from the face of the earth. In a letter to his own lawyer dated 1925, Henri wrote, "I fear that André Moreau has met with some misfortune, possibly even death. The money I lent him, a considerable sum, must be considered lost. I pray that his suffering was not prolonged and that he found some peace before the end. His brother Jean-Baptiste was my dearest friend, and for his sake I could do no less than help his family in their time of need." The tragedy was complete. Henri had genuinely believed that André was dead, that his generous loan had been insufficient to save his friend's brother from some unspecified catastrophe in the wilds of Argentina. For 20 years he had carried this burden of guilt, wondering if he could have done more to help the brother of his beloved friend. And then, in his final months, André Moreau had reappeared, not as himself, but wearing the identity of his dead brother like a mask. He had exploited Henri's guilt, his loyalty to old friendship, and his desire to make amends for perceived failures. The elaborate deception with the false foundation, the forged documents, even the careful research into Swiss banking laws, all of it had been designed to convince Henri that he could somehow honour his dead friend's memory by ensuring that Jean-Baptiste's charitable work would continue after Henri's own death. But surely father would have recognised him, Philippe said, as they climbed back up from the cellar into the warm afternoon light. 20 years changes a man, but not beyond all recognition. Poirot considered this objection as they made their way back to the library where the family was gathered for tea. "Your father was expecting to see a dead man, mon ami. When we believe someone is dead, we do not look for them among the living. And André Moreau, by all accounts, was a skilled deceiver. Hair can be dyed, a beard can alter the shape of a face, and 20 years of life in a harsh climate can age a man considerably. More than that," Poirot reflected silently. "Guilt and grief could blind a man to deceptions that might otherwise be obvious. Henri Dubois, burdened by 20 years of wondering if he had failed his friend's brother, would have been particularly susceptible to someone claiming to represent Jean-Baptiste Moreau's legacy. The evening light was slanting through the library windows when Poirot shared his discoveries with the assembled family. The revelation that their father had been the victim of an elaborate fraud perpetrated by someone he had once considered family struck them with the force of a physical blow. "André Moreau," Celeste whispered, sinking into her chair as if the weight of understanding was too much to bear. "I remember him as a young man, quiet, sensitive, very different from his older brother. He seemed so grateful when Henri helped him after the war. How could he have done this?" "Desperation, perhaps," Poirot replied gently, "or simple greed. 20 years in exile can change a man's character as surely as it can change his appearance, and the money involved was considerable, enough to provide a comfortable life anywhere in the world." Marguerite's anger burned like a cold flame. "He murdered my father. Don't try to soften it with talk of desperation. He poisoned father to steal our inheritance." The accusation hung in the air like smoke from an extinguished candle. Murder. It was the logical conclusion of everything they had discovered. Yet Poirot found himself troubled by certain inconsistencies in the pattern of the crime. "Perhaps," he said carefully, "but there are aspects of this case that suggest a more complex truth. If André Moreau simply wanted to steal your inheritance, why the elaborate deception with the foundation? Why not simply forge a will leaving everything to himself directly?" Philippe looked up from where he had been staring into the empty fireplace, because that would have been too obvious. This way, if questions were asked, the investigation would lead to a seemingly legitimate charity in Switzerland. By the time anyone discovered the truth, he would be safely back in Argentina with the money. "Possibly," Poirot agreed. "Yet I cannot escape the feeling that we are still missing something essential. The timing, the method, even the choice of poison, if poison it was, all suggest a crime of desperation rather than careful planning." The clock on the mantel chimed the hour, its familiar voice now seeming to count down the moments until the truth would finally be revealed. Outside, the gardens were settling into evening, with shadows lengthening across the lawns, and the first bats beginning their nightly hunt among the trees. "There is one more thing we must consider," Poirot said, rising to pace slowly around the room, as was his habit when deep in thought. "The question of opportunity. If André Moreau was indeed our mysterious visitor, when would he have had the chance to administer poison to your father?" It was Celeste who provided the answer, her voice barely above a whisper as memory brought back the details of that terrible night. "The evening before Henri died, our mysterious visitor came for what proved to be the last time. They were closeted in this room for nearly 3 hours. When the man finally left, Henri seemed different, exhausted, but also relieved, as if some great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Did your husband eat or drink anything during this meeting?" Henri always offered cognac to his visitors. It was a tradition. He kept a special bottle here in the library for important guests. Cognac from his own vineyards, aged for decades. He was very proud of it. Poirot examined the sideboard where the cognac would have been kept. The bottle was still there, nearly empty, its amber contents catching the lamplight like liquid gold. Beside it stood 2 glasses, both showing the residue of recent use. "This bottle," he said carefully, "has it been used since your husband's death?" "No," Celeste replied. "The servants were instructed not to disturb anything in this room. Everything is exactly as Henri left it." With infinite care, Poirot lifted one of the glasses and held it to the light. In the bottom, barely visible unless one knew what to look for, were tiny crystalline residues that had not been there when the cognac was poured. Someone had added something to the drink after it had been served. "I believe," he said quietly, "that we have found our murder weapon." The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the soft sounds of evening settling over the chateau. 3 generations of the Dubois family sat frozen in their chairs, confronted with the physical evidence of how their patriarch had been killed in his own home, by someone he had trusted enough to share his finest cognac. But even as the method of murder became clear, Poirot found himself troubled by deeper questions about motive and opportunity. André Moreau certainly had the knowledge and the access necessary to poison Henri Dubois. but something about the crime still felt incomplete, as if they were seeing only part of a larger and more complex picture. The answer came to him with the sudden clarity of a dawn breaking over a landscape that had been hidden by darkness. André Moreau had indeed returned from Argentina, but not alone, and not primarily as a killer. "Madame Dubois," Poirot said suddenly, "you mentioned that your husband seemed relieved after his final meeting with the mysterious visitor. What if that meeting was not about theft, but about confession?" The family stared at him in bewilderment, but Poirot's mind was racing ahead, connecting threads that had seemed unrelated until this moment. "Consider this possibility," he continued. "André Moreau returns to France not to steal from Henri, but to confess that he had deceived him 20 years ago. Perhaps he had not lost Henri's money in failed business ventures. Perhaps he had simply stolen it, used it for his own purposes, and then disappeared to avoid facing the consequences." Philippe leaned forward, his artist's intuition grasping the emotional logic of Poirot's theory. "You think he came back to make amends, to return what he had stolen?" "It would explain much," Poirot replied. The relief Madame Dubois observed in her husband after that final meeting. The will leave everything to the Belmont Foundation. What if that was not André's idea, but Henri's? What if Henri, upon learning that his old friend's brother was still alive, decided to leave his entire estate to André as a way of making up for 20 years of unjust suspicion? The theory was compelling, but it raised as many questions as it answered. If André had come to make amends, why had Henri died? And why had the money been spirited away to Swiss banks and then to Argentina? "There is only one way to know for certain," Poirot declared. "We must find André Moreau and confront him with what we know." But André Moreau, as it turned out, was not as far away as they had imagined. The next morning brought a visitor to the chateau, a visitor who walked up the gravel drive openly, without deception or disguise, carrying himself with the bearing of a man who had finally decided to stop running from his past. André Moreau, at 65, bore the weathered appearance of someone who had spent decades under foreign skies, but his resemblance to his dead brother remained unmistakable. His hair, now silver-white, framed a face lined by sun and wind, but marked most deeply by guilt and regret. When Céleste opened the door to him, she gasped in recognition, not of André himself, but of the ghost of the young man who had once been a part of their extended family. "Madame Dubois," he said, his voice carrying the accent of someone who had spent more years speaking Spanish than French. "I believe you have been expecting me." The confrontation took place in the same library where Henri Dubois had died, with morning sunlight streaming through windows that looked out over gardens where nothing had changed, though everything was different. André Moreau sat in the chair his victim had occupied, facing Poirot and the assembled family with the calm of a man who had finally decided to tell the truth. "I didn't come here to kill Henri," he began, his words falling into the silence like stones into still water. "I came to return what I had stolen and to confess what I had done. But Henri's heart was not strong enough to bear the weight of my confession. The story he told was one of weakness rather than malice, of a young man overwhelmed by circumstances in a foreign land who had made increasingly desperate choices, until he found himself trapped in a web of his own deceptions. The money Henri sent me in 1919, André continued, his eyes fixed on his hands as if he could not bear to meet the accusation in their faces. I did not lose it to drought or disease. I gambled it away, all of it, within 6 months of receiving it. I was young, foolish, surrounded by men who seemed to know secrets about making money quickly. I thought I could double Henri's loan and repay him with interest. Instead, I lost everything. The silence stretched between them like a chasm. Outside, birds sang in the gardens, oblivious to the human drama unfolding within the ancient walls. For 20 years, André went on, I lived with the shame of what I had done. I built a new life in Argentina, married, had children, became successful in business. But Henri's money was always there, a debt that grew heavier with each passing year. I told myself that he was wealthy, that he would not miss what I had taken. But I knew that I had betrayed the trust of the man who had been my brother's dearest friend. Marguerite's voice cut through his confession like a blade. So you decided to steal even more? To repay one betrayal with a greater one? André looked up at her, his eyes reflecting decades of self-loathing. Number I came to return the money, all of it, with 20 years of interest. I had finally made enough to repay what I had stolen. He reached into his jacket and withdrew a leather portfolio, placing it on the desk between them. Bank drafts, he explained. Enough to repay Henry's original loan, plus compound interest at 5% annually. More money than your father lost, but not enough to compensate for 20 years of guilt. Poirot examined the documents, noting the amounts involved. André Moreau was telling the truth. The bank drafts represented a fortune, far more than Henri had originally lent. "But if you came to repay the debt," Philippe asked, his voice heavy with confusion, "why did our father die? Why did you assume Jean-Baptiste's identity?" André's composure finally cracked, revealing the raw pain beneath. "Because I was a coward. Because I could not bear to see the disappointment in Henri's eyes when he learned what I had done. I thought if I approached him as Jean-Baptiste, I could somehow make the confession easier. Henri had always said that Jean-Baptiste was the best man he ever knew, if Jean-Baptiste's brother had finally made good on his debts. The twisted logic of guilt and shame was laid bare in that moment. André Moreau had created an elaborate deception not to steal, but to make restitution easier for both the giver and the receiver. He had assumed his brother's identity because he could not bear to approach Henri as himself, as the man who had betrayed a friend's trust. "What happened that night?" Poirot asked gently. André's hands trembled as he spoke. "I told Henri everything. The truth about the money, about my 20 years of deception, about why I had let him believe I was dead. I gave him the bank drafts and asked for his forgiveness. Henri was so angry. Not about the money, but about the years of unnecessary guilt he had carried. He said he had blamed himself for my supposed death, and wondered if he could have done more to help. The tragedy was complete. Henri Dubois had died not from poison, but from the shock of learning that 20 years of guilt had been unnecessary, that his friend's brother was alive and had finally found the courage to make amends. But the will, Celeste said, her voice barely above a whisper. The Belmont Foundation ... was Henri's idea, André replied. After his anger cooled, he said that he wanted to create a foundation in Jean-Baptiste's memory, using both the returned money and his own estate. He insisted on rewriting his will that very night, leaving everything to this foundation. He said it would be a fitting memorial to his friend, using money that had caused so much pain to do good in the world. Dr. Moreau's suspicions about Henri's heart had been correct, but not in the way anyone had imagined. The shock of André's confession, combined with the emotional weight of 20 years of unnecessary guilt, had been too much for Henri's weakened heart. He had died not from poison, but from the terrible irony that his generous nature had caused him to suffer needlessly for decades. "The money in the Swiss accounts?" Poirot inquired. "Is it still there?" André replied, "waiting for instructions from the Foundation's board. I never intended to take it. The Foundation is real, Monsieur Poirot, registered exactly as Henri wanted it. The money will go to preserving French heritage sites as he wished." The morning sun had climbed higher, filling the library with warm light that seemed to soften the harsh edges of truth. A crime had been committed, but it was not the crime anyone had expected to find. André Moreau was guilty of deception and of causing Henri's death through his confession, but he was not guilty of murder or theft. "What will you do now?" Marguerite asked, her anger slowly giving way to a more complex understanding of the tragedy that had befallen both families. "I will return to Argentina," André replied simply. "My wife and children are there, and I have imposed enough pain on this family. But first, I will meet with the lawyers to ensure that Henri's wishes regarding the Foundation are properly carried out. It is the last service I can perform for my brother's memory." The resolution of the case brought not satisfaction, but sadness. Henri Dubois had died as he had lived, as a man of honour and generosity, trying to right what he perceived as wrongs. His death had been caused not by malice, but by the very qualities that had made him loved by his family and respected by his community. As André Moreau prepared to leave the chateau for the final time, Poirot walked with him to the gravel drive where a taxi waited to take him to the railway station. The gardens around them bloomed in the full glory of a French spring, indifferent to the human dramas that had played out within the ancient walls. "You could have approached Henri honestly from the beginning," Poirot observed. "The deception was unnecessary." André nodded, his face reflecting the weight of years of poor choices. "Pride," he said simply. "Pride and shame are terrible masters, Monsieur Poirot. They drove me to actions I would never have thought myself capable of. If I could undo the past—" "The past cannot be undone," Poirot replied gently. "But perhaps some measure of peace can be found in the future. Your brother would have understood, I think. He was, by all accounts, a man of great compassion." As the taxi drove away, carrying André Moreau toward the railway station and his return journey to Argentina, Poirot remained standing in the drive, contemplating the complex nature of guilt and redemption. The case was closed, but its lessons would remain with him, a reminder that the human heart was capable of both great cruelty and great kindness, sometimes within the space of a single decision. The Dubois family would eventually come to terms with the loss of their expected inheritance, finding some comfort in knowing that Henri's money would serve a purpose he had chosen. The Belmont Foundation would indeed preserve French heritage sites, ensuring that future generations could experience the beauty and history that had shaped their ancestors. Philippe returned to his painting, finding in his art a way to process the complex emotions surrounding his father's death. His canvases began to explore themes of memory and loss, of how the past shaped the present in ways both beautiful and tragic. Marguerite threw herself into charitable work, perhaps influenced by her father's final act of generosity, and Céleste found peace in knowing that Henri had died doing what he had always done, trying to help others even when it cost him everything. The chateau continued to stand in its gardens by the Loire, its stones holding the secrets of generations within their embrace. The river flowed past as it always had, carrying with it the dreams and sorrows of those who lived along its banks. Time moved forward, as time must, but the lessons of that spring would remain embedded in the family's memory like pressed flowers in an old book. Poirot returned to his practice with a deeper understanding of how the past could reach into the present, with fingers of guilt and regret. He had solved many mysteries in his career, but few had touched him as deeply as this tale of two friends whose bond had transcended death itself. Henri Dubois and Jean-Baptiste Moreau had been separated by war, but their friendship had lived on in Henri's generous treatment of Jean-Baptiste's brother, even when that generosity was built upon deception. In the weeks that followed, as spring gave way to summer in the Loire Valley, the chateau settled back into its ancient rhythms. The servants tended the gardens, the villagers went about their daily business, and the river continued its eternal journey to the sea. The mystery that had brought Hercule Poirot to this place was solved, but the deeper mysteries of human nature, why we love, why we betray, why we forgive, remained as eternal and as beautiful as the French countryside itself. The evening mist began to rise from the river once again, as it had for countless generations before, and would for countless generations to come. In that mist, perhaps, the spirits of old friends walked together, their earthly conflicts finally resolved in the gentle embrace of eternal understanding. The labyrinth of lies had been navigated, and truth, however painful, had finally emerged into the light. Henri Dubois had died as he had lived, as a man who believed in the power of forgiveness and the importance of honouring old friendships. His legacy would live on not in the chateau that had been his family's home for centuries, but in the charitable work his money would support, preserving the heritage and beauty of France for future generations to discover and cherish. André Moreau would return to his adopted country, carrying the weight of his actions, but also the knowledge that he had finally found the courage to face the truth. His confession had caused Henri's death, but it had also freed both men from the burden of 20 years of deception. In making his restitution, he had honoured not only his debt to Henri, but also the memory of his brother Jean-Baptiste, whose name he had borrowed for one last act of brotherly love. The story ended as many stories do, not with perfect justice or complete satisfaction, but with the complex understanding that comes from seeing human beings in all their flawed and beautiful complexity. The chateau stood sentinel over the Loire Valley, its windows reflecting the last light of evening, keeper of secrets that had finally been revealed, and guardian of memories that would endure long after those who made them had passed into legend. In the library where Henri Dubois had died, the books remained on their shelves, repositories of wisdom and beauty that transcended the temporary struggles of those who read them. The clock on the mantel continued to mark the hours with its gentle chimes, reminding all who heard it that time moves forward regardless of human sorrow or joy. And in the gardens beyond the windows, the roses bloomed as they had for generations, offering their beauty freely to all who took the time to notice. The labyrinth of lies had been navigated at last, and though the journey had been painful for all involved, it had led finally to truth, that most precious and elusive of human treasures. In finding that truth, the living had been able to honour the dead, and the dead had been able to rest in peace, their secrets finally brought into the gentle light of understanding. As night fell over the chateau and the Loire Valley settled into dreams, the mystery was complete. Not solved in the way that mysteries are typically solved, with villains punished and heroes rewarded, but resolved in the way that life's deeper mysteries are often resolved, through acceptance, forgiveness, and the recognition that human hearts are capable of both great darkness and great light, sometimes within the space of a single, complicated lifetime. The whispered narratives of What If Sleepstorian had carried another tale to its gentle conclusion, leaving listeners to drift into dreams where justice and mercy walked hand in hand, through gardens where the past and present mingled like moonlight and shadow, and where the eternal mysteries of love, loss, and redemption played out in the soft rhythm of a heart finding its way home to peace. The weeks following André Moreau's departure brought to the chateau a peculiar kind of quietude, like the hushed stillness that settles over a concert hall after the final note has faded into memory. Poirot had intended to return to his practice in London, but something indefinable held him in the Loire Valley. Perhaps the way the morning mist clung to the river, or the gentle rhythm of life in a place where time seemed to move like honey through summer air. He had taken rooms in the village inn, a charming establishment where the proprietress, Madame Roussel, served café au lait in bowls large enough to warm both hands, and where the windows looked out over cobblestone streets that had witnessed centuries of French life. From his window he could see the chateau rising like a dream from its gardens, its limestone walls catching the light of dawn and holding it throughout the day like captured sunshine. The Dubois family had extended an open invitation for him to remain at the chateau, but Poirot sensed they needed time to process the revelations that had transformed their understanding of Henri's final months. Grief, he knew, was a private country where even the most well-meaning visitors could become unwelcome intruders. Better to remain nearby, available if needed, but allowing the family space to navigate their complex emotions. It was during one of his morning walks along the river path that Poirot encountered Philippe, standing before his easel in a meadow where wildflowers painted the grass in shades of purple, yellow, and white. The young artist was working on a landscape that seemed to capture not just the visual beauty of the scene, but something deeper. The eternal quality of a place where human dramas played out against the backdrop of indifferent nature. "The light is different here," Philippe said without turning from his canvas, somehow sensing Poirot's approach along the gravel path. "In Paris, the light is fractured by buildings, filtered through smoke and ambition. But here it falls like a blessing, pure and constant." Poirot approached carefully, mindful of the artist's concentration. On the canvas, the chateau appeared not as a building, but as an idea made manifest, a symbol of permanence in a world of change. The brushwork was confident yet gentle, each stroke contributing to a whole that was greater than the sum of its parts. "You have found peace in your work," Poirot observed, settling onto a nearby stone that time and weather had shaped into a natural seat. Philippe set down his brush and looked out over the scene he was painting. "I'm trying to understand something," he said softly. "Father died believing he had failed Jean-Baptiste's brother, carrying guilt for 20 years over something that was not his fault. André lived those same 20 years carrying the weight of his actual betrayal, unable to face the truth of what he had done. Two men bound together by a lie that neither had the courage to examine. The observation struck Poirot as particularly astute, revealing the artist's gift for seeing patterns that others might miss. And what does this tell you? That truth is not always kind, but it is necessary, Felipe replied. André's confession killed our father, but it also freed him from 20 years of unnecessary guilt. Perhaps there is mercy even in the painful truth. The morning breeze stirred the wildflowers around them, releasing fragrances that spoke of earth and growth, of cycles that continued regardless of human sorrow. A lark rose from the grass nearby, its song spiralling upward into the blue dome of sky, carrying with it something that seemed to transcend the temporal concerns of those bound to earth. "Your mother and sister," Poirot inquired gently, "how do they fare?" Philippe resumed his painting, adding touches of light that seemed to make the canvas glow from within. "Marguerite is angry, as she has every right to be. She sees André as a thief who stole not just money, but our father's peace of mind. She cannot understand why he did not approach father honestly from the beginning. And you? What do you think?" The question hung in the morning air while Philippe considered his response. His brush moved across the canvas in small, deliberate strokes, each one contributing to the larger vision that was slowly emerging. "I think," he said finally, "that people are not paintings. In art you can plan every element, control every colour, create exactly the effect you desire. But people are messier. They make choices out of fear, out of shame, out of love twisted into unrecognisable shapes. André was not evil. He was weak. And weakness, unlike evil, deserves our compassion even when it causes great harm." The wisdom in these words reminded Poirot why he had been drawn to remain in this place. The mystery he had come to solve was complete, but the larger questions about human nature that it had raised continued to resonate. Here, in the peaceful rhythms of rural life, there was space to contemplate these deeper truths. That afternoon, Poirot walked to the village cemetery, a peaceful place where weathered headstones stood among ancient yew trees like silent sentinels marking the passage of generations. He found the Dubois family plot easily, an area enclosed by wrought iron fencing where the names of Henri's ancestors spoke of lives lived and lost over the centuries. Henri's grave was still fresh, its earth dark and rich beneath a simple headstone that bore only his name, dates, and the words, "Beloved husband and father." Fresh flowers had been placed there recently, roses from the chateau's gardens, their petals just beginning to show the soft decay that speaks of time's passage. But it was not Henri's grave that had drawn Poirot to this place. In a corner of the cemetery, beneath a simple stone marker, lay Jean-Baptiste Moreau, the friend whose memory had inadvertently become the instrument of Henri's downfall. The grave was old, its inscription worn by decades of weather, but someone had recently placed wildflowers there as well. "I thought I might find you here," a voice said behind him, and Poirot turned to see Céleste Dubois approaching along the gravel path. She wore a simple black dress and carried a small basket of flowers from her garden. Her face, though still marked by grief, showed a peacefulness that had not been there in the immediate aftermath of her husband's death. "Madame," Poirot said, inclining his head respectfully, "I hope I'm not intruding on a private moment." "Not at all," she replied, kneeling to arrange her flowers on Henri's grave, with the careful attention of someone for whom such rituals had become a form of prayer. "I often come here in the afternoons. It helps me feel closer to him somehow." She completed her arrangement and rose, brushing earth from her hands with movements that spoke of long practice. "I brought flowers for Jean-Baptiste as well," she said, indicating the wildflowers on the nearby grave. "It seems wrong that he should be forgotten in all of this. He was a good man who died too young, and he deserves to be remembered for who he was, not for how his name was used by others." The gesture struck Poirot as profoundly moving, evidence of a generosity of spirit that explained why Henri Dubois had been the kind of man who would carry guilt for 20 years over the supposed death of a friend's brother. In marriage, people often grew to resemble each other sharing virtues as well as faults. "Have you given thought to your future?" Poirot asked as they began to walk back toward the village together. Celeste was quiet for several moments, her steps measured and deliberate on the uneven path. "The chateau will remain my home for the rest of my life, according to Henri's will. After my death, it will pass to the Bellamont Foundation as he intended. I find I am at peace with this arrangement, perhaps more than I would have expected. And your children are adults who will make their own way in the world as they should." Philippe's art is beginning to attract attention from galleries in Paris. Marguerite has her husband's estates to manage. They do not need their inheritance to survive, though I know they feel the loss of what they had expected to receive. The village came into view as they rounded a bend in the path, its red-tiled roofs and stone walls speaking of centuries of continuous habitation. Smoke rose from chimneys where evening meals were being prepared, and the sound of children playing in the square carried on the warm air like music. "There is something I have been meaning to tell you," Celeste said as they paused at the edge of the village. "I have been in correspondence with the lawyers handling the Belmont Foundation. They inform me that André Moreau has made an additional donation to the Foundation's endowment, his entire personal fortune, accumulated over 20 years in Argentina." The revelation surprised Poirot, though upon reflection it seemed consistent with what he had learned of André's character. A man driven by guilt to assume his dead brother's identity in order to confess a 20-year-old crime would naturally seek to make the fullest possible restitution. "He's returning to poverty?" Poirot asked. "Not poverty. He has retained enough to live modestly. But everything else, millions of francs, will go to preserving French heritage sites. Henri's dream of honouring Jean-Baptiste's memory will be fulfilled on a scale neither of them could have imagined." As the sun began to set over the Loire Valley, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Poirot found himself thinking about the complex mathematics of guilt and redemption. André Moreau had stolen perhaps 50,000 francs 20 years ago. Through compound interest and his final donation, he was now returning nearly 100 times that amount. Yet no amount of money could restore Henri Dubois to life, or undo the decades of unnecessary anguish both men had endured. That evening, in the common room of the village inn, Poirot encountered Dr. Moreau sharing a bottle of wine with the local pharmacist and the postmaster. The three men represented the quiet backbone of village life, their conversation ranging from local politics to the prospects for the harvest, to the subtle changes that modernity was bringing to their ancient way of life. "Monsieur Poirot," Dr. Moreau called out, gesturing for the detective to join them. "Come, share a glass with us. We were just discussing the case you solved at the chateau. Quite a remarkable business." Poirot accepted their invitation, settling into a chair worn smooth by generations of use. The wine was local, produced from grapes that had grown in the same soil for centuries, its taste carrying within it something of the terroir that had shaped it. "Remarkable and tragic," the pharmacist observed. A thin man whose precise manner spoke of a lifetime spent measuring exact dosages. To think that Henri Dubois died not from poison, as we all suspected, but from the shock of learning a truth that should have brought him peace. "The human heart," Dr. Moreau added, "is more fragile than we sometimes realise. It can be broken by kindness as easily as by cruelty, especially when that kindness comes after years of unnecessary suffering." The postmaster, who had been listening quietly, spoke up with the authority of someone who had spent decades observing human nature through the lens of letters delivered and secrets inadvertently overheard. "What strikes me most about this affair is how a single moment of weakness, André's gambling away of Henri's loan, created ripples that spread across 2 decades and 2 continents. One poor decision made by a frightened young man far from home, and see what consequences followed." Their conversation continued late into the evening, touching on themes that seemed to resonate far beyond the specific circumstances of the Dubois case. The nature of guilt and forgiveness, the ways in which the past could reach into the present with invisible hands, the complex moral calculations involved in weighing one person's suffering against another's. These were questions that had no easy answers, yet demanded consideration from anyone who hoped to understand the human condition. When Poirot finally retired to his room, he found sleep elusive. Through his window he could see the chateau silhouetted against the star-filled sky, its windows dark save for a single light in what he knew to be the library where Henri had died. Perhaps Celeste was there, reading by lamplight, finding in books the companionship that her husband's death had taken from her. The next few days brought a series of small revelations that added depth and nuance to Poirot's understanding of the case. A letter arrived from André Moreau in Argentina, addressed to the Dubois family, but delivered first to Poirot for his consideration. The letter was brief but heartfelt, expressing once again André's regret for his actions and his hope that the family might eventually find some peace. More significantly, the letter contained information that cast new light on André's motivations for his elaborate deception. In the years following his theft of Henri's money, André had indeed built a successful business in Argentina, but his success had been haunted by knowledge of how it had been purchased. Every peso he earned felt tainted by the original theft, every moment of happiness shadowed by the memory of his betrayal. "I convinced myself for many years," André wrote, "that Henri was wealthy enough not to miss what I had taken. But wealth is not the point. Trust is. I violated the trust of a man who had shown me kindness in memory of his love for my brother. This violation poisoned every good thing that followed in my life." The letter went on to describe André's decision to return to France as the culmination of years of internal struggle. His success in Argentina had finally given him the means to make full restitution, but more importantly, age had given him the perspective to understand that some burdens could only be lifted by facing them directly. "I chose to approach Henri as Jean-Baptiste because I was still a coward, still unable to face the full weight of his disappointment in me. I thought that if I presented myself as representing my brother's memory, the pain might somehow be less for both of us. It was a foolish plan, born of guilt and shame, and it led to the very tragedy I was trying to avoid." Philippe read the letter aloud to the family in the library where his father had died, his voice steady but touched with emotion. When he finished, the silence that followed was not empty but full, pregnant with the complex feelings that arise when simple categories of right and wrong prove inadequate to encompass human experience. "He's still trying to make amends," Marguerite observed, her anger softened now by something approaching understanding. "Even from thousands of miles away, he continues to seek forgiveness." "Perhaps," Celeste said quietly, "forgiveness is not something he needs from us, but something he must find within himself. Henri forgave him that night, before his heart gave out. The guilt André carries now is his own to resolve." The wisdom of this observation settled over them like evening mist over the river. Forgiveness, Poirot reflected, was not always a transaction between the injured and the one who had caused injury. Sometimes it was a gift that the injured gave to themselves, a way of releasing the burden of resentment that could otherwise poison their remaining years. That afternoon brought another visitor to the chateau, Maître Rousseau, the family notary, arriving with documents that would formalise the transfer of Henri's estate to the Belmont Foundation. The legal proceedings were complex, involving not just French law but international banking regulations and the requirements of Swiss charitable organisations. "It is unusual," Rousseau explained as he spread papers across the library desk where Henri had once conducted his affairs, "to have a charitable foundation established under such circumstances. Normally there would be years of planning, consultation with tax specialists, careful consideration of the most effective structure for achieving the donor's goals. Yet in this case, everything was arranged hastily, almost desperately." Poirot studied the documents with interest, noting the care with which they had been prepared despite the hurried circumstances of their creation. Someone had clearly spent considerable time researching the legal requirements for international charitable transfers, ensuring that Henri's final wishes would be carried out effectively. "The Foundation's charter," Rousseau continued, "is quite specific about its mission. Funds are to be used exclusively for the preservation and restoration of historic French buildings and sites, with priority given to properties in rural areas that might otherwise be lost to development or neglect. It is in many ways an ideal memorial for a man who loved the French countryside and understood the importance of preserving it for future generations." As the afternoon wore on and the legal formalities were completed, Poirot found himself thinking about legacies and how they were created. Henri Dubois had intended to leave his family a financial inheritance that would ensure their security for generations. Instead, through the strange alchemy of guilt, confession, and unexpected death, he had created something else entirely, a foundation that would preserve the beauty and history of France itself. Was this a tragedy or a triumph? Perhaps it was both, as most significant human events proved to be upon careful examination. The evening brought news from an unexpected source, a telegram from Giraud in Paris, reporting developments in his investigation of the Swiss bank accounts. The Belmont Foundation's finances were indeed legitimate, as André had claimed, but Giraud's inquiries had uncovered additional information about André Moreau's activities in Argentina. Your André Moreau, the telegram read, has been something of a philanthropist in Buenos Aires for the past decade. Hospitals, orphanages, schools for the poor. He has donated generously to many causes. Local newspapers describe him as a private man haunted by some tragedy in his past, dedicated to making amends through charitable work. His reputation there is spotless. The information added another layer to Poirot's understanding of André's character. The man who had returned to France to confess his crime was not simply seeking to unburden his conscience, but had already spent years trying to balance the scales of his past transgression through good works. His final act of donating his entire fortune to the Belmont Foundation was the culmination of a decades-long effort to transform ill-gotten gains into instruments of good. Yet this knowledge brought its own burden of sadness. If André had been performing acts of charity for years, if his reputation in Argentina was that of a generous and principled man, then his original theft of Henri's money had not simply ruined 2 lives, but had prevented years of friendship and collaboration that might have accomplished great good in the world. As summer deepened in the Loire Valley, the chateau settled into new rhythms shaped by Henri's absence but informed by his memory. Céleste had begun corresponding with officials from various French heritage sites, offering advice and support for preservation projects that would be funded by the Belmont Foundation. Her lifelong exposure to the challenges of maintaining a historic property made her uniquely qualified to guide such efforts. Philippe's art continued to evolve, incorporating themes of memory, loss, and redemption that clearly drew from his recent experiences. His latest paintings showed a maturity and depth that attracted attention from dealers and critics in Paris, though he seemed content to remain in the countryside that inspired his work. Marguerite had thrown herself into organising the Foundation's first major project, the restoration of a medieval abbey in Brittany that had fallen into dangerous disrepair. Her organisational skills and aristocratic connections proved invaluable in navigating the complex relationships between government officials, church authorities, and local communities. Watching the family adapt to their changed circumstances, Poirot was reminded of one of life's persistent truths, that human beings possessed an almost infinite capacity for resilience when faced with loss. The Dubois family had lost their expected inheritance, their patriarch, and their sense of security about the past. Yet they were finding ways to transform these losses into purposeful action, honouring Henri's memory while building their own legacies. One morning in late July, Poirot received a visitor at the village inn, a young woman whose bearing and features immediately marked her as a member of the extended Dubois family. She introduced herself as Isabelle de Montclair, Marguerite's daughter, recently returned from her studies in Switzerland. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, settling into a chair on the inn's terrace where morning glory vines provided shade from the climbing sun. "I have come to thank you on behalf of our entire family. What you did for us, discovering the truth about Grandpère's death, it has given us peace." The young woman possessed her mother's elegance and her grandfather's gentle manner, speaking with the careful thoughtfulness of someone who had been raised to consider the weight of words. Yet there was something else in her demeanour, an excitement barely contained, as if she carried news of particular importance. "I also wanted to tell you about something I discovered in Switzerland," she continued. "At my school, we were required to research a charitable organisation as part of our studies in international law. I chose to investigate the Belmont Foundation, thinking it would be simple since it was connected to our family. She paused to accept the café au lait that Madame Roussel brought to their table, her eyes bright with the enthusiasm of someone who had uncovered an unexpected treasure. "What I found amazed me, Monsieur Poirot. The Foundation has already begun its work even before Grandpère's estate was fully transferred. Preliminary funds, André Moreau's personal donation, have been used to save 3 historic properties that were in immediate danger of collapse: a Roman bridge in Provence, a Renaissance chateau in Normandy, and a Gothic church in the Pyrenees, all saved because of money that originally came from Grandpère's loan 20 years ago." The irony was profound and strangely beautiful. Henry's money, stolen and thought lost forever, had been working for good even before its theft was confessed and its return negotiated. The same funds that had caused decades of guilt and anguish had quietly been preserving French heritage in ways that Henri would have heartily approved. "There is more," Isabelle continued, her voice dropping to a whisper, as if she were sharing a sacred secret. "I learned that André Moreau has been funding these preservation projects anonymously for over a decade. The Belmont Foundation was not created hastily to facilitate Grandpère's bequest. It was André's vehicle for charitable work, named for an imaginary mountain that he said represented the heights of goodness he hoped to achieve through his giving." The revelation recontextualized everything Poirot thought he understood about the case. André Moreau had not simply returned to France to confess a crime and make restitution. He had come to invite Henri to join him in work that was already underway, charitable efforts funded by the money Henri had originally loaned and guided by principles Henri would have wholeheartedly endorsed. Grandpère's will, Isabelle explained, was not just leaving money to a foundation. It was joining an existing mission that André had dedicated his life to. The 2 friends, separated by death and distance, were finally reunited on purpose. The young woman finished her café au lait and prepared to leave, but not before sharing one final piece of information that would complete Poirot's understanding of the case. "André Moreau sent a message through the Foundation's lawyers," she said, standing to shake Poirot's hand in farewell. "He wanted our family to know that he has legally changed his name. He is no longer André Moreau. He has taken his brother's name, becoming Jean-Baptiste Moreau in law as well as in spirit. He said that his brother would have wanted to be remembered through charitable works, rather than through death in war, and that carrying his brother's name while doing good in the world seemed the most appropriate tribute he could offer." As Isabelle walked away down the village's main street, her figure becoming smaller until it disappeared around a bend, Poirot sat in contemplative silence on the inn's terrace. The morning sun climbed higher, warming the ancient stones of the village and releasing the perfumes of flowers from window boxes and gardens. The familiar sounds of French provincial life continued around him. Church bells marking the hour, the clip-clop of a horse pulling a cart, the voices of women discussing their shopping at the market. Yet underneath these timeless rhythms, Poirot sensed something profound had been revealed. The case he had solved was not simply about crime and punishment, guilt and forgiveness. It was about transformation, the way that human beings, given time and grace, could transmute their worst failures into their greatest contributions. Henri Dubois had died believing he had failed his friend's brother, but his failure had actually enabled decades of charitable work that preserved French heritage for future generations. André Moreau had lived for 20 years believing himself irredeemably tainted by theft and betrayal, but his guilt had driven him to accomplish good works on a scale that few saints could match. The labyrinth of lies had indeed been complex, its passages twisted by shame, guilt, and the human tendency to avoid painful truths. But at its centre lay not a monster, but a man who had spent decades trying to earn redemption through service to others. The lies had been tragic, but they had also been strangely generative, creating possibilities for good that might never have existed otherwise. That afternoon, Poirot walked for the final time through the gardens of the Château de Belmont, following paths that wound between rose beds and fruit trees toward the river, where willows trailed their branches in the slow-moving water. The beauty of the place was unchanged, the same golden light, the same gentle breezes carrying the scents of lavender and honeysuckle, the same sense of time suspended that had first drawn him to linger in this corner of the Loire Valley. Yet everything was different as well. The chateau would continue to stand for Céleste's lifetime, but after her death it would pass to the Foundation, becoming not a private residence but a centre for heritage preservation work. The gardens would still bloom, but they would welcome visitors from around the world who came to learn about protecting historic properties. The river would continue its eternal journey, but its banks would be preserved from development by Foundation funds, ensuring that future generations could experience the same timeless beauty that had shaped centuries of French life. He found Philippe painting by the river, working on a canvas that showed the chateau reflected in the water's surface. But this reflection was not exact. It showed the building as it was, but also as it would become, with visitors wandering through rooms that would house exhibits about French architectural heritage, and gardens that would serve as models for historic landscape preservation. "Your vision encompasses the future as well as the present," Poirot observed, admiring the way Philippe had captured not just the appearance of things but their essence. "I have been thinking about what father achieved," Philippe replied, cleaning his brush with movements made automatic by years of practice. "He wanted to leave us an inheritance, and he did, just not the one he intended. Instead of money that would have been spent and forgotten, he created something that will preserve beauty and history for generations. It is a greater legacy than any fortune could have provided." The wisdom of this perspective struck Poirot as profoundly moving. Philippe had found a way to see his father's unintended bequest not as a loss, but as a gift of a different kind, one that served not just his family, but all of France, and indeed all of humanity's shared heritage. As evening approached, Poirot made his farewells to the Dubois family, promising to stay in touch and to follow the Belmont Foundation's work with interest. Céleste embraced him with the warmth of someone who had found peace after great turmoil, while Marguerite and Philippe thanked him for helping them understand the complex truth behind their father's death. "Truth is not always comfortable," Céleste said as they stood together in the chateau's foyer where Poirot had first arrived to investigate what had seemed like a simple case of inheritance fraud. "But it is always preferable to the alternatives. Thank you for helping us see that even painful truth can be a form of grace." The drive back to Paris took Poirot through countryside that seemed to glow in the golden light of late afternoon. Vineyards stretched toward distant hills, their ordered rows speaking of human partnership with the natural world. Ancient churches marked villages where life continued much as it had for centuries, their bells calling the faithful to evening prayers just as they had done for generations of their ancestors. Yet underlying this sense of continuity, Poirot was aware of change as well. The France he was driving through would be preserved and protected by the Belmont Foundation, ensuring that future generations could experience the same beauty and sense of connection to the past. In a world increasingly dominated by industrial development and urban sprawl, such preservation was not just aesthetically valuable, but spiritually necessary. The case of Hercule Poirot and the Labyrinth of Lais was officially closed, but its implications would continue to resonate in ways that extended far beyond the original mystery. André Moreau, now calling himself Jean-Baptiste in honour of his brother's memory, would continue his charitable work from Argentina, funding preservation projects that honoured both his brother's sacrifice and Henri's generosity. The Dubois family would find new purpose in managing foundation projects, discovering that service to others provided a form of healing that mere financial compensation could never have achieved. And in the Loire Valley, the Château de Bellemont would stand as a testament to the strange alchemy by which human failures could be transformed into lasting good. Visitors would come to learn about architectural preservation, but they would also encounter a deeper lesson about redemption, forgiveness, and the possibility that even the most tangled webs of deception could be unravelled to reveal patterns of unexpected beauty. The labyrinth had been navigated, its passages explored, and its centre reached. What had been found there was not the monster that myth suggested might lurk in such places, but something more complex and ultimately more human. The recognition that guilt and grace, failure and redemption, sorrow and joy were not opposites, but partners in the endless dance of human existence. As Paris came into view in the distance, its lights beginning to twinkle in the gathering dusk, Poirot reflected on the case that had brought him to the Loire Valley, and the lessons it had taught him about the human heart. Every mystery he solved added to his understanding of the species he served, but few had demonstrated so clearly that truth, however painful, was ultimately liberating, and that even the most grievous failures could be transformed into instruments of grace. The story ended where all good stories must, not with perfect resolution, but with the promise of new beginnings. The Château de Belmont would continue to stand by its river, welcoming new seasons and new visitors, preserving the past while nurturing possibilities for the future. And somewhere in Argentina, a man who had spent 20 years atoning for a moment of youthful weakness would continue his work, carrying his brother's name with honour and using his resources to ensure that beauty and history would survive for generations yet unborn. The labyrinth of lies had been mapped at last, its twisting passages revealed to lead not into darkness, but toward an unexpected dawn where redemption was possible, and where human hearts, however flawed, could still find their way home to peace. Years would pass before Poirot would fully understand the profound impact of that summer in the Loire Valley. He returned to his practice in London, solving other mysteries, unravelling other deceptions, but the case of the Belmont Foundation remained always in the back of his mind like a gentle melody that returns unbidden in quiet moments. Letters arrived periodically from the Dubois family, updating him on their lives and the Foundation's work. Celeste had become something of an expert on historic preservation, consulting with government officials and international organisations on best practices for protecting cultural heritage. Her grief had transformed into purpose, her loss into a mission that honoured Henri's memory, while serving something larger than personal sorrow. Philippe's artistic reputation had grown considerably, with his paintings now displayed in galleries throughout Europe. Critics praised his unique ability to capture not just the visual beauty of historic sites, but their emotional resonance, the way ancient stones could speak across centuries to touch contemporary hearts. Several of his works had been purchased by the Belmont Foundation to illustrate their preservation efforts, creating a beautiful synergy between art and advocacy. Marguerite had discovered a talent for fundraising and project management that surprised even herself. Under her direction, the Foundation had expanded its scope beyond France, partnering with similar organisations across Europe to create a network of heritage protection that spanned national boundaries. Her aristocratic connections, once merely social assets, had proven invaluable in building relationships with wealthy donors and government officials who could advance the Foundation's mission. Perhaps most remarkably, the three women had found ways to honour Henri's memory that went far beyond conventional mourning. They had established an annual lecture series at the Sorbonne on the ethics of cultural preservation, funded scholarships for students studying architectural history, and created a prize recognising individuals who had made exceptional contributions to protecting endangered historical sites. From Argentina came news of André Moreau's continued work under his adopted name of Jean-Baptiste. Now in his 70s, he had become something of a legend in philanthropic circles, known for his anonymous generosity and his particular passion for preserving sites associated with French colonial history in South America. His donations had saved dozens of buildings that might otherwise have been lost to development or neglect, creating a lasting bridge between his adopted country and his homeland. More touching still were reports of his personal transformation. The guilt and shame that had driven him to such elaborate deceptions in France had gradually given way to a quiet contentment born of meaningful work. He had remarried late in life to a widow who shared his passion for preservation, and together they had created a foundation in Buenos Aires that trained local craftspeople in traditional building techniques needed for historic restoration. In one particularly moving letter, forwarded to Poirot by the Dubois family, André had written about his decision to name a new scholarship program after Henri Dubois. "My friend's generosity, even in death, continues to create possibilities for good in the world," he had written. "Every young person who receives this scholarship will carry forward Henri's legacy of kindness and his belief in the importance of preserving beauty for future generations." The scholarship recipients themselves had become part of the story's ongoing chapters. Young architects, historians, and craftspeople from across the French-speaking world competed for grants that allowed them to study traditional building techniques and preservation methods. Many had gone on to lead their own restoration projects, creating a ripple effect of conservation that extended far beyond what Henri Dubois could have imagined when he made his original loan to André 20 years earlier. Poirot found himself thinking often about the mathematics of redemption, how a single act of theft had ultimately resulted in the preservation of hundreds of historic sites, the training of thousands of preservation specialists, and the creation of an international network dedicated to protecting cultural heritage. It was as if the universe possessed some mysterious mechanism for transforming human failures into instruments of grace, provided there was sufficient time and sufficient commitment to making amends. The chateau itself had evolved exactly as Philippe's painting had envisioned. After Céleste's peaceful death at the age of 87, surrounded by children and grandchildren who had grown up understanding their family's unique legacy, the property had transitioned smoothly to foundation ownership. The main house had been converted into a research centre and museum, while the garden served as a living laboratory for historic landscape preservation techniques. Visitors from around the world came to study at the Belmont Centre, learning not just technical skills but the deeper philosophy that guided the Foundation's work. They heard the story of Henri and André, of friendship and betrayal transformed into lasting good, of how individual choices could echo across generations in ways both unpredictable and profound. The library where Henri had died had been preserved exactly as it was that final night, but it was no longer a place of sorrow. Students and researchers worked at tables surrounded by Henri's books, drawing inspiration from his passion for learning and his commitment to preserving the past for future generations. The cognac glasses from that fatal evening had been cleaned and placed in a display case, not as relics of tragedy but as reminders that truth, however painful, was always preferable to deception. On the 20th anniversary of Henri's death, the Foundation organised a special memorial service in the Chateau's chapel, a small stone building that dated back to the 13th century. Representatives came from every project the Foundation had supported, speaking in dozens of languages about sites that had been saved, skills that had been preserved, and communities that had been strengthened by the Foundation's work. Poirot, now in his 80s but still sharp as ever, had been invited as the guest of honour. As he sat in the chapel listening to testimonials from around the world, he was struck by the impossible complexity of the story that had brought them all together. A theft had become a gift, a lie had revealed the truth, and a death had generated more life than any single person could reasonably expect to create. The service concluded with the dedication of a new stained glass window, depicting not Henri or André, but the idea they had ultimately served together, the preservation of beauty across time. The window showed ancient buildings bathed in eternal light, with figures representing different generations working together to maintain and protect humanity's shared heritage. As the afternoon light streamed through the new window, casting patterns of coloured light across the stone floor of the chapel, Poirot reflected on the strange trajectory that had brought a Belgian detective to this moment of celebration. He had come to the Loire Valley to solve a mystery, but he had discovered something far more valuable, proof that the human capacity for redemption was as infinite as the human capacity for error. The labyrinth of lies had indeed been complex, its passages twisted by shame, guilt, and the very human tendency to avoid painful truths. But at its centre had been not a monster, but the possibility of transformation, the recognition that every ending could also be a beginning, every failure could become the foundation for unexpected success, and every act of genuine repentance could open doorways to grace that might otherwise remain forever closed. As the sun set over the Loire Valley for what would be Poirot's final time, painting the river and the chateau and the gardens in shades of gold and rose, he understood that some mysteries were solved not by finding answers, but by learning to live comfortably with questions. The case that had brought him here was closed, but the story it had begun would continue for as long as human beings valued beauty, cherished history, and believed in the possibility of redemption. In the gentle whisper of evening wind through the chateau's gardens, in the eternal murmur of the Loire flowing toward the sea, in the quiet satisfaction of work well done and love well shared, the labyrinth revealed its final secret, that truth and beauty, like rivers, always find their way home, carrying with them everything they encounter on their journey toward the infinite sea of peace that awaits us all. As the final whisper settles, your journey with Sleep Torian gently ends. Are you resting beneath Seoul's starlit skies, the warm breeze of Lisbon, or the quiet hush of Vancouver's midnight rain? Wherever you are, thank you for dreaming with us. If this tale brought you calm, don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Until next time, sleep softly and let the silence tell its own story.